let us finally end the pain of Recipe for Turnabout. What is going on, world of YouTube? My name is Grandmaster Scott, and welcome back to episode 19 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Where we last left off, I did manage to go... Well, I already said last stream that I went to get the thing I failed to the stream before. Either way, we are now on the final part of Recipe for Turnabout, the worst case of the game. So, let's go. January 8th, 9:46 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Welcome, If Bench. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Sir! Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today? Sir! Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. Sir! It's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. You okay, Nick? Yeah? Oh, yeah, of course. Don't scare me like that. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. Sir! No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. I saved my game, you see. There was a sparkle in my eye, so I just went, save game. So I just saved my game. Why do I believe you? Sir! Because you don't have determination, Maggie. It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Sir! Hey, pal! Wah! Detective Gumshoe! Hey, Detective Waluigi! Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway, like a creep. Oh, so you're a creep and a weirdo. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Maybe not ask, but I've been anxious about an opinion that is... Gorda, what's your favorite piece of Ace Attorney music? Definitely, you don't have to be that worried. I'm not always gonna respond, but you shouldn't be too worried. My goal with this channel is to build a community, but also to answer, it's Pursuit. Pursuit is my favorite theme. Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Are you taking up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of the aromatherapy bottles. This is the small bottle that turned up in Dreamy's kitchen a couple of days ago. Which Pursuit? Just the one that's always done when you're like, I don't know like the specifics, but when you're like, it's just like a general Pursuit, like just Pursuit in general always just kind of does a good like energy to it, especially when you've got a client, when you've got like a witness on the ropes. It's a good way to like generate energy. Right. The odorless bottle. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Ellis was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Ellis' ear medicine doing in the kitchen? The victim's ear medicine found covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone's screwing up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but it's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? What's your least favorite piece of evidence in the trilogy? I would probably say, we've talked on, I feel like I've mentioned this before. My least favorite piece of evidence, I would honestly have to say, is, let me think actually on that, like, any bits of evidence that I've just hated in the game. Probably the spear in the Steel Samurai case, I think is the only one I really disliked. Just because the spear had no blood on it, so I was always confused how the spear was the murder weapon. Oh, no, you're right. No, you're right. The paper badge. I blocked that out of my memory because I hate it so much. Because once again, how does this fool a courtroom. Just... It's fine, I'm not as enraged as today. I blocked this out of my memory, I'll be honest. Today's trial, I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Which it is, but it's not that, guys. And I don't know how people thought it was. I'm showing my friends the clip of you losing it over the paper badge. Ah, nice, thanks. I love when I haven't actually heard anyone saying that they've been showing the clips of me, but I'm glad that that's the clip you use, because... Oh, I lost. I admit it probably was funny from other people's perspective of me losing it. Oh, it's okay. Oh, I'm okay. There's no such thing as bad publicity. Like, yeah, because I can always just spin it if I need to. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird for the final time. The defense is ready, Your Honor. There's the coffee-inator. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday, we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting the powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. Nate, like, he's himself is a problem, but, you know, we've already talked on that. The mark at the end of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Gatto. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Yeah, it's impressive how much a person can lie in a murder trial. There is such a thing as bad publicity. Look at Matt on guard. You're not... That's fair, but for the most part, like, so long as my content's being shown out there, it means that people know that my channel exists, is what I mean. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You lost me already, Mr. Gatto. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. Actually, I changed my mind. The Gatto theme is my favorite Ace Attorney theme. I think I just said it because I couldn't think of a lot of the other themes, but this isn't. But I do like Gatto's themes. Like, it's a nice, like, lo-fi. It's not exactly lo-fi. It's like lo-fi jazz, and it is a good theme. Also, welcome, Shannon. Only losers think like that. You gotta change with the times. That's one of my rules. It's also fun to speak in, like, the lower tone voice. You imply that you've resolved these contradictions. You know the answers to these riddles. The old guy wasn't just throwing seeds in here. He was throwing us off the scent. Favorite piece of music is from the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I haven't decided what I would do. Like, I'm gonna probably take a break for some other games I had planned to stream on the channel, but once we're done with this, which Ace Attorney game should I go for next? Should I go for Ace Detective, or should I just jump into the main series? And today, I'll prove it. Very well, let the first witness take the stand. Jean Armstrong! It is time to be French! And you are? Oh, bonjour everyone! I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of La Trilogy restaurant. Enchanté! I say do investigations next. Nice. Says it's chronologically next. Got it. Like, oh no! A Frenchman! Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? Oh la la, monsieur! As you can see, I am le père and perky gentleman, no? I'm confused. On the day of the incident, you were in JBN's kitchen. Isn't that right? Oui, monsieur. Everything feels right. Oh, with you, monsieur. Everything feels right. He's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? You can't be intimidated when you have a Cyclops visor. Like, you can't intimidate someone with a sci-fi visor, Phoenix. Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Très bien. Oui, volontiers. At Très bien. I do like doing... This is probably the best part of the game, of this case, and that's just me doing a French accent. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decos that day, like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. La cup, la earpiece, and the glasses, he would have seen everything in reverse, no? Excuse me. A mirror? There wasn't a mirror that day. Oui, un grand mirror. La most enormous mirror. There wasn't a mirror on that, like, when we were at the cafe, though. A friend of mine also really hates this case. It's a terrible case. Like, I know a lot of people will throw shade at Big Top Turnabout for being a terrible case between the bad jokes, the creepy tones, the, like, trying to convince that someone was flying. Like, there's all of that. But, honestly, it's defendable. You can defend a lot of the bad in the game. Specified that Jean Armstrong is kind of a homophobic stereotype. Yeah, you're not wrong. I feel like you could go, like, either they are gay, they're trans, or Jean Armstrong is a woman, but they're just really buff and muscular. I feel like you could use any kind of explanation. But either way, they're the only good part of this game. Like, Jean Armstrong is the only good part of this game. Like, stereotypes aside. And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. Well, actually, that's not true. The best part of this whole case is Violetta. The whole Cadeverini plot is actually, like, even though it's not often, it's still kind of good. Mostly because it's the first time they ever do the Mafia in this game. Yeah. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. I haven't had my coffee yet. I thought you'd say it's when it ends. Yes, you're right. The best part of this case is just when it's done. But that's always just like a simple joke. Alright, let's cross-examine. Let's cross-examine the Frenchman. Alright. There were just 2 customers in the restaurant. I'm guessing that's just Kudo and Glenn. Remember I was experimenting with a new art deco, like having a large mirror between the tables. Hold it! How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Both. Something about 4 meters wide and, about 2 meters high? Let's see. 1 meters about 1 mirror. Holy glass in a frame, that's huge! I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Is there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. There wasn't! That'd be cooler, though. I know, but I decided not to go through with it in the end. I do. Press harder. Although, I want to double check something. The favorite piece of evidence? Metal detector. That's my favorite piece of evidence because it's so stupid. Because, like, I'll prove that there's a bullet in this man's shoulder with a metal detector. Like, it's just funny that you just bring one out. Also, I gotta, like, check it. Okay. Alright. I just have to check because there's, like, the last 3 bits of progress on a trophy are in this part, so I just need to make sure. Minus the glass of tomato juice from 2-4, if only because it's very satisfying to figure out how to use it on the second trial day. That is true, because you end up using that glass in a lot of ways. Like, there's no lip mark, so it was undrunk. There were no fingerprints, and yet she says she poured it, or, like, it was poured for someone else. The fact that it's unspilled, it is nice. Or, like, having to prove that the tomato juice was brought in by the bellboy. It is good. It does have some good bits. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But... Objection! You didn't ask, Trey. You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. No, the witnesses are the ones to blame for not clarifying this in their testimony. Not to mention, like, okay, hang on. There's one thing that's really irking me with the whole mirror thing. I kind of hate this bit of testimony, but think on this. If there was a trophy, or not trophy, if there was a mirror in between the tables, then he couldn't have seen Glenn. Like, he couldn't have seen, cause here's the, I need an image to use so I can, like, use an arrow. I need to set that up at some point. Yeah, can't wait for you to see what my favorite piece of evidence beyond this trilogy are. There's some fun ones. Looking forward to it. Because I've never played the other Phoenix Wright games. But think on this. If it was in the middle of... Okay, I think the best thing I can do is just use my face cam. Okay, nope, that's not my face cam. Alright. If the, like, looking at the corner, looking at where David Tennant's head is, if the mirror was, like, here, but Kudo said he was sitting here looking this way, and that's how he saw the left, then it couldn't have been a mirror. There could not have been a mirror. Like, the mirror contradicts testimony we've already been given. Because he was sitting here, looking at Glenn here, like, straight to the left, but so he wasn't here or here. He was here. We know for a fact he was here. So, why? So there couldn't have been a mirror right here. Like, this bit of evidence always kind of irks me. What? A mirror was delivered to Trilogy the day before the incidents. That still doesn't explain anything. As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes, and as it turned out, he actually didn't use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Trilogy, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Ha! If you want to doubt someone, try look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you would be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror. Alright, maybe I should just start pressing things. This case melts my brain more than Bridge to the Turnabout. Bridge to the Turnabout has a lot of spinning plates to it, but it's still a good case because it has a lot of satisfying, like, tying up of loose ends. It's got a lot of good to it. Like, between the Elise Donham plot twist, the whole, like, clarifying things with Dahlia Hawthorne, and, like, Gatto's identity, it's got a lot of good to it. And who were the two customers exactly? Mai, of course, the young man who died, and the other, not so young man. You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume. What about the other man Maggie says that she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose this evidence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring them up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Maybe the old man had a mirror, but that would have made him sound and look creepier. Yes, it would have. And it's like, this is how I look up the skirts. We were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today? You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur? Stay on topic, please. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago. Armstrong, please. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decoction? What? No, Art Deco. It is a style of design, Your Honor. What is decoction? Can we trap Victor Kudo in the mirror dimension? I would love nothing more than to trap him in the... You know what? More than just the mirror dimension. We'll put him in the dark... Like, someone get the amazing mirror from Kirby. We'll trap him with dark Meta Knight. He's talking about interior design. Wall, ceiling, carpet, that kind of thing. Ah, yes, of course. That deco. What is decoction? What the hell? I was trying to achieve a more effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of the decor. Like, we already heard that. What in the Dark Meta Knight doesn't deserve to suffer Kudo? No, but he should get the honor of killing Kudo. Like, let him kill Kudo at the very least. But what is decoction? A concentrated liquor resulting from heating or boiling a substance, especially a medicinal preparation made from a plant. Ah, okay. So the judge was thinking it's alcohol. I mean, it's been a little weird because there's road work nearby. Oh, that sounds annoying. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, right? Even for you. What? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, Trite. Alright then, Gato? Not the hair! I do not have a top-knot! Mr. Gato is correct. He is fly. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Bien, logic es buena de. You would have seen everything in reverse, none. But, no, he wouldn't have. Well, first I'll just press, in case... Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse? Oui. Hey, Nick, we should take a second and think about that old CD... What that old CD said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again? Boy's wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. The mirror makes no sense. Like, it was his left ear, no doubt. He used the same hand to pick up the cup. So, Armstrong's saying that even his hands were reversed. Yeah. No, it doesn't. It doesn't explain the contradictions. It doesn't make sense. Especially with where he was sitting. Let me just hit him with the Glen Elk.
Objection!
Has the ketchup stain on the apron been presented yet? I don't remember this case too well. Yes, you use that to prove that Victor Kudo was a perverted old man who never saw Maggie's face. Because if he did, he also would have seen the apron. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? As I look disappointed. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. I know I'm Japanese, but I'm gonna sound like a perverted old southerner. So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all of that as a reflection in the mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement! You see, monsieur? Now that you think about it, it is not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction of the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Got him! So we've gotten to how Gato can't see a red on white. We have seen that already, yes. He really loves the maids. I've never understood the fetish of maids. I've never understood that. Like, I've never looked at a woman in a maid's outfit and thought it was hot. I've just looked at it and just saw, oh, hey, that's a maid. I've never, like, don't get me wrong, I do have some outfit fetishes. I'm not gonna lie. Maids are not one of them. That is not one. He couldn't see red, white, and that's why he couldn't avenge Mia, because he couldn't see red, white committing the murder. Order, order! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been seen over his right eye. And he can't even worm his way out of this, because we have the crime photo. Oh, wait, it doesn't show. Well, regardless. Like, it still doesn't make sense. Would have been over the right eye. It's such good storytelling. It's so compelling. How bitter. Try it. You should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? Are you gonna throw your coffee mug at me again? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase sorry apology, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. L? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. L's HMD made a big impression on the old man. No, why his music? It's the worst music. But a part is in the anime, there's only one scene where he's like, I don't care if this is blood, let me believe it's tears for a sad moment. It is sad, and they do that same thing in the game as well. Making a silly name from the first game into a legitimate bit of symbolism that actually is kind of good now that I think about it. Like the whole he couldn't see red white, like he couldn't have convicted it. That is kind of, I never really thought on that until now. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Did you hear? His left ear. Well, trite. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. I didn't even do an impression of Kudo, I just read it as Gato. Wow, I really thought he was old CD for a minute there. Gato's good. But that still doesn't explain the HMD. That doesn't, like, that's nothing. Gato, that's nothing. Because, like, we know for a fact that the HMD was on his right side, or was on his left side, because that's how the coroners would have taken him. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nix. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. What? Kind of... A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Wait, I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of le restaurant. You know how many weird lines are in this case? There are, and they're always from Gato. Just because the man can't just say something normally. He always has to add a little bit of dramatic flair. I think I blocked... I think his coffee's getting low. He just needs some more coffee. He'll be fine. I think I blocked most of it out. Like, I just kind of forgot a lot of this game. Like, this case in particular. Allah, is everyone sitting comfortably? La Mira, it was in the middle of the restaurant dividing the two halves. There's only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victims. That is where the old man was sitting. No, he wasn't. Because we know he said that it was his left side. And the only way you could have seen that if it was on the table parallel to him. Not there. It's still, this is... Because he said that he was also trying to read the newspaper that Glenn was reading. Like, this is such a dumb bit of evidence. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. Except that's a lie! He stole lottery tickets! I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. But another little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. Also, he took the sports paper. So there is stuff he stole. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy. Also, this isn't a cold sweat. I'm just angry at this bit of evidence. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Volunteer? Of course. But we know that's not true. At least 3-5 is good enough to make up for this case. Absolutely. Bridge to the Turnabout is a fantastic case. So good that in the anime, it's a 7-parter for some reason. Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Objection! He stole a lottery ticket. That's what I was saying! And even without the lottery ticket, he also stole the newspaper. That's how it was, like, behind the magazine rack. So there is stuff he touched. Alright, let me just make sure, because again, I really don't care about this case that much. I just want the trophy at this point. Okay, I got it. Alright. Just press on everything for another bit of it. So, run me by this again. The mirror was here, correct? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It'd be in the way.
Objection!
Yeah, that'd be a terrible place for a mirror also. Look who's talking, Trey. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. This is my seat in the courtroom! Trebian's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, trite. Burn. I tell you, monsieur, the mirror was there, in the middle of the restaurant. So, there's only one scene where you could have seen the victim, but that's not true. And where would that be? Oh la la! Look how you lean towards me! I always attract the younger boys! Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer! No, please, tell us the truth so we can end the pain, Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once! I attract the older ones too, you know. And some? Shall I tease you too? Ugh, just get on with it. What's your favorite anime exclusive case? Honestly, there aren't that many anime exclusive cases. There's only like 2 of them. But I'd say that my favorite one is, I forget its name, but it's the one where it's just following Kid Miles. That's the best one. I would say Northward Turnabout, but it's very dumb when you really think about bits of it, because the whole thing is a guy who was arrested for murder, for an assassination, has now kidnapped everyone on a train, holding them at gunpoint so he can do a mock trial so that he can get a retrial. He's not even doing a forced retrial. He's doing the mock trial before the retrial. And the only ones there, outside of the witnesses, which are all like other foreigners from that same country, it's just Phoenix, Maya, Gumshoe, the victim, and an American prosecutor named Turnbull. I forget his first name, so it's just Turnbull. So the whole thing is, like, this guy's trying to get off for murder, but in turn he's getting arrested for kidnapping and terrorism. Is Franziska in the flashback case too? Yes, it's both her and Miles. It's when Miles was living with Von Karma, so it was after his father had died. And basically the whole point of the flashback case is Miles heard that someone had lost their dog and there was a cash reward. He found the dog and this lady who says that it was her dog, but he questions her finding out that it wasn't her dog. She was just taking the dog so that she could get the money. It was a good case, and it really showed that Miles should not have been a prosecutor. He should have been a detective. I stand by that. Miles does not make sense that much to be a prosecutor. He cares more about finding the truth than he does putting a criminal away. So it would make more sense for Miles to be a detective, not a lawyer. It's just something I noticed with the anime. But yeah, but Northward Turnabout is so, like, dumb in that regard, because the guy is trying to get off of murder, but in turn he's getting arrested for kidnapping and terrorism, which is like a much higher threat crime. It's like, it is a much more serious crime to commit, especially depending on how many people were kidnapped and the status and condition of the people during the kidnapping. Like, there's like a treasurer and all of that. Yeah, and to watch the flashback case for lore reasons. It is good, because you do kind of get to see a little bit into Von Karma's life, and they do add a lot more for Miles' relationship with Phoenix and Larry. It is actually kind of nice. Like, they also changed... Like, the anime is also good because it changes certain bits of the game, like, certain bits of context and progression to make certain things just fit better with the narrative. And it's also what fixes Big Top Turnabout. It actually makes Big Top Turnabout a good case. I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. That's some good foreshadowing, honestly. I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. The end. I will tell you, there was only one seat from which you could have seen. The seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting.
Hold it!
Press again. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? My monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror, like so. If you were sitting at the table next to him, you would see everything, no? So that's the old seat he was sitting on that day. Sitting in on the day. When the poisoning happened. The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does that seem kind of odd? This whole thing is odd. After the table sitting, then why didn't we see it in the kitchen? Like, here's another thing about the mirror thing. The only, like, Trade Me In is a small restaurant. The only places he could have put the, like, mirror, he either put it outside or he put it in the kitchen. But when we went to the kitchen, the mirror wasn't there unless he got rid of it at some point. It doesn't make sense. His name is Armstrong and he's more like Thief Strong. Nice. Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oui, exactement. I carried that to the restaurant then. You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself? Well, have you seen how jacked Armstrong is, Phoenix? He almost killed you with one punch. What can I say? I know how to pick things up, handsome. God, I actually laughed at something? Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. It's not, yeah, seriously. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? I look like the obliging type, no? Naturally, I did not touch anything else. But we know that's not true! He touched the magazine and the lottery ticket! Sorry for asking too many questions. What's your opinion on Damon Gant? I do like Damon Gant, the whole thing. Like, him starting off friendly, but then getting, like, more intimidating as it goes on. I like him, and his theme is a good theme. Kind of reminds me, honestly, of Bradley from Full Metal Alchemist. Starting off as this, like, friendly guy who would never strike an innocent person, to going to being one of the most heinous and villainous criminals. Not to mention, him alongside Lana Skye looks like a Dark Souls duo. Like something you would have seen out of like Dark Souls or Elden Ring or Lies of P. Like, I do like Damon Gant. Him alongside Lana, they feel like something you would have seen out of a Souls-like. Are you sure about that? It does nothing except La Mira. Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. Except for from a case of heartburn, Trey. Oh, I have just this thing for that. An oil with golden melt and frankincense. For instance. Add a few drops to your coffee, and voila, enjoy. That's perfume. Frankincense and myrrh are a perfume. You can't drink that. Focus, Phoenix. Breathe. You need to ignore those two and just find some evidence. Yeah, I know what it is. Well, like, yes and no. I don't think it's gonna be... I know what I have to present. But... I don't think I have... Well, actually, I don't have anything. Because... The sports paper... It wouldn't be that, but it wouldn't be the lottery ticket either, because this is specifically the victim's lottery ticket. Because we know that he took one, but we also... Oh wait, no! We have the small bottle!
Objection!
No? You could drink them, but only once. Alright, then. Like, you could skydive. Like, you can skydive multiple times. You just, like, you can skydive only once. You just need a parachute to do it more than once. Okay? I don't know what to say for this. Oh, wait, the crime photo. No, I know what it is. Because there's no mirror here. There's no mirror in this image.
Objection!
No? You can ride a submarine more than once. You need to shut it. But only if you shut it more than once. Okay. Whatever, I really don't care that much with this case, so... Alright. Like, I don't care that much with this case, so I'm just going just present this.
Objection!
There we go. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. Your Honor, look at this photograph! The crime photo. Okay, if you're asking questions fun to talk to, no problem. This is why I started the channel, just so I could just talk to people. Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Well, that's harsh. Now then, if the defense would please clarify the statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? Is it the vase? Oh, right, because Kudo knocked over the vase.
Take that!
Kudo knocked... Because if that's where he was sitting, the vase should be knocked over. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase? What possible connection does that have to do with the witness's testimony? Kudo wasn't worthless! See, here's some Pokemon live stream. What's your favorite Pokemon game? This is gonna be a very random answer, but Pokemon Conquest is my favorite Pokemon game. If I was to say, like, specifically the main series, then it's Pokemon Black and White, but I honestly love Pokemon Conquest more. I replayed it a ton. I know a lot of, like, different random moments in the game. And it's also what got me into strategy RPGs in the first place. Like, that is the game that got me into stuff like Fire Emblem and Disgaea. Kind of, I only really played like 2 games, but I only liked one of the 2 I played. But seriously, but either way, that's what got me into Fire Emblem. That's what got me into, what's another strategy? Final Fantasy Tactics. Basically, that's just what got me into strategy RPGs. So like Pokemon Conquest, Conquest of Invincible, stand ready for my arrival. My favorite is that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates of Infinity. That is a good one. I will say my only real complaint with Gates of Infinity is how small your starter selection is, because you only have 5 starters. You have Pikachu, the Unova starters, and then an Axew. But outside of that, Gates of Infinity is a really good game. My fellow Gates of Infinity fan. Oh, it's not just Gates of Infinity. I love the Mystery Dungeon games. Explorers of Time and Sky, Rescue Team, Gates of Infinity. My favorite one in particular is Super Mystery Dungeon, because I like the side quest system in that game more than the others. Like, so rare to find Gates of Infinity fans. It is a good one. But again, Super is my favorite, I'd say, because again, I like how they handle, not only do I like the story of Super Mystery Dungeon, but I prefer how they handle the side quests, where instead of you have a random assortment of them you can get, but depending on where you are progression-wise, instead it's depending on who you have befriended in the globe, you can then get side quests branching out from them. I prefer that system a lot more compared to like, just the bulletin board system. I just prefer the globe system. It's just a lot more, honestly, interesting. I have a lot of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon OCs. I at one point wanted to do like a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon D&D campaign on the channel, but I decided against it after I found out another streamer did it, and I didn't want to feel like I was just ripping off their content. Like, unless they specifically said it was okay, which I doubt it because they're a lot more popular than me, like, I'm just probably not. A possible connection does not with the witness's testimony. Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table, because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. He's not a worthless old man. For once in his life, Victor Kudo helped us. If I can only find it. Yeah, Victor's testimony actually helped us for once. Thank you, perverted old man. You're not 100% worthless. You're just 99.9% worthless. Actually, I run a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon RP server on a Discord if you're interested. I'm good, but thank you for the invite. Because I do love the Mystery Dungeon games. I might do a Mystery Dungeon campaign in the future regardless, now that I've been talking about it out loud. But, yeah. So, thanks for that at the very least. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not in fact sitting at the table next to the victim at all. We already knew that, but we really had to explain this.
Objection!
If you ever run a Mystery Dungeon D&D campaign I'd potentially be interested in joining, I'd be welcome. I'll let you know when the time comes. But at the moment, we're doing an Eberron campaign, so I'll let you know, so you'll know in the future. Don't be an idiot, Wright. That's impossible. That seat's the only one where Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Assuming that there was a mirror in the first place, Gato. Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Trebienne that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mon Dieu!
Objection!
Oh, easier. Don't try to confuse the court, Wright. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene.
Objection!
No! He was gone immediately to call the police! Unfortunately, Mr. Gatto, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Oh no, it's overheating again. Ah, I burned my tongue. Well, witness, what are you going to say for yourself? La sniffle. That's right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trent, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Favorite mainline Pokemon game is Legends ZA. I do love Legends EA, although I've talked about this with a friend once before. I prefer Legends Arceus over Legends EA for one reason. Exploration. Because in Legends EA, you move so slowly because you don't have a bicycle, you don't have a Pokemon mount, you just move so slow. But I do love Legends EA. They still do a good job of making Lumio City seem large, with all of the rooftops you can explore and the platforming sections and dividing up. I prefer the story in ZA. Honestly, I'll be honest, I think Legends EA and Arceus' storylines are kind of equal, but for different reasons. Kind of like how Scizor, Scyther, and Cleavor stats are the same base stat total, just distributed differently. I think they're the same. I like Legends EA storyline because it's a bit goofier, a bit sillier, and they give you a few more people to talk to and kind of build a friendship with, you know? So you get a lot more stuff like that. Legends Arceus takes itself more seriously though. So in a way, it's like comparing Power Rangers RPM to Power Rangers Wild Force, I'd say. Or no, Jungle Fury. Because you've got one that's great for being, whilst being like goofy and silly and lighthearted, and another one that's great for being serious and like taking itself more seriously, like being darker. So it was good for its completion. Mine, like, that's good. I actually did complete the Legends EA decks, both the normal and the DLC. My first completion was actually Scarlet and Violet. Well, specifically Pokemon Violet, because that's the version I preferred. But, so that's kind of how I see Legends EA. Like, Legends EA, it's a lot goofier than Legends Arceus, with the whole, like, the streamer stuff, with Ivor, with a lot like that. But it still got some good moments, too. Like, moments that got, like, genuinely good laughs out of me. Your first mainline Pokemon game, that's a good one to start with. I mean, because I honestly say that, like, yes, Scarlet and Violet have its problems, but there are worse mainline games to start with first. And by that, I mean, Sword and Shield would probably be the worst to start with. Even though it's a good game, it's not the best game. But Scarlet and Violet's a good game. It's got a good story to it. Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us. There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The ear doctor was made a mistake. No, and this is a bit of evidence I kinda hate also, and you'll see why. The next Pokemon game I've ever played is a Fire Red, if only because of the grind. Older games, yeah, I will say, like, yes, older games have a bit more of a charm to them than the modern games, but the modern games also no longer require you to grind your Pokemon's levels out, which I'm very thankful for. Although I do wish that, just for difficulty's sake, that XP share was something you could toggle off and on. I do kind of wish that would happen. It would make things a little harder. But I do still like the XP share feature. It just makes it so much less, like, annoying. The victim, and speaking of annoying, the victim was a phony. There's an imposter in this case, Your Honor. This case is riddled with contradictions, yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. I admittedly struggle with mainline Pokemon, even with XP share, so I'm not too upset about it being toggleable. I'm just glad it's there. I am happy too, but I do understand when people complain about the games being too easy nowadays, so I feel like that would be a good step forward in like the direction of making it a little bit harder, at least for like the hardcore fans. I'd still use XP share because I don't want to deal with grinding that much. I don't like games that do so much grinding. Like, some of my least favorite games are the ones that just require so much, like, grinding to them, and it just to the point where it gets boring. Alright, obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Grinding my beloved. And Gato just spit. It is funny, but he's just like... Order! Order in the court! Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom! Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? I'll hold you in contempt of court! Trust. Are you saying what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. I'm leaving it there. Someone pretending to be Glenn Elg and acting out the whole coffee poisoning, all for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Get rich, right? Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was the serving girl brought him a Javicino, but she put something in it. The serving girl, right there in the defender scene, I remember what. It's so hard to believe, but there was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee.
Objection!
Are you insinuating the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. Yeah, and it also had to have been there, and there also would have had to have been a fake waitress, and there would have had to have been Armstrong there as an accomplice, because he's already in debt with Tender Lender, so he's kind of forced to do what they want. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such Beatrix, you would have known about it, correct? Oh la la, this is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trebian that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. Oui. In the restaurant. The victim, Monsieur Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he had won the lottery, Monel became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do that acting. Just so we're clear, there was no beer in the restaurant after all. Je vous demande pardon, forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Oui, I'm not into that, Your Honor. I've been trying to play through all the mainline Pokemon games as part of a marathon, as I've never played them as a kid. That's nice. I've been doing a similar thing with certain other games lately, because there were certain franchises that I've never grown up playing. So there have been times where I've just marathoned playing some of them. Like, I once did a marathon of the Devil May Cry games, and except for the remaster, I never did the remaster that a lot of people hate, and I'm currently going through the East series, which I've heard is a good one. So far I've done Violet, Legends Arceus, Emerald X, Fire Red, Black 1, Soul Silver, Shield, Legends ZA, and Let's Go Eevee. Nice! On Let's Go Eevee. That was the version I picked because I'm not that much of a Pikachu fan. But also, that's a good lineup. Pokemon Shield, Soul Silver, Emerald, Black 1. That's a good lineup. For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. Took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. He'll have even more perjury under his belt. In the restaurants. Alright, and once again, I'm just kind of more just... okay. Came alone? Was he alone at his table as well? Maybe. I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Ha. Unfortunately for you, Trice. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of certain coffee's bittersweet bites. What kind of coffee is he even drinking? It's like, you take a sip, ow, it bit me! The coffee bit me! It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. Okay, if I send you a friend request on Discord after a stream? Meh. Yeah. Fine, so it's weird. A little bit, but I'll definitely still send you one when the time comes for the D&D request at the very least. So at least look forward to that in the future. It's fine. I'm just a little sometimes private and non-social sometimes. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? He comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. Gotta think, if he can't see red, that means so many things change. Imagine he finds a murder scene, but can't see the blood leading to the... See? Leading to the culprit. That's true! But, just... imagine he's just, walking somewhere, what's that smell? As there's, blood all around him, it's like... Maybe I need to take a shower, and just walks away, trailing bloody footprints. I drink your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip, just for the experience. That's a nice way of him saying it's terrible. Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. Alright then. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. Crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man. Stop or Armstrong, remember, witness. Isn't it happened about 20 minutes after you arrived? So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? Okay, so he's saying he arrived a little after 2. What I'm trying to link is this starts at 1:30. The problem here is the radio flyer, because if it was 5 minutes, and also that kind of lines up with the autopsy report. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30. So he couldn't have come in when Kudo came in. Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. Well, wonderful. I can sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The final day will be added to the witness's testimony. Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, right? I'm learning French. At least one person's in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. It's like he's just singing in French. Alright. Just press in case of any more French words. Are you absolutely sure about the time? When I think really hard, I am sure it was just after 2. Oui. It is the time to stop serving the lunch menu. Quite right. I always work for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time. You're a terrible judge. You are terrible for that. Instead of properly analyzing testimony and evidence, you're just going to just cut a case early just for, like, the early bird special. You should be fired. Guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch. Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already. Witness, get on with your testimony, please. I can't let it end here. No other customers. Are you sure about that? Are you just like in Invincible? Are you sure? Are you sure? Between Victor Kudo, the majority of Big Top's cast, Dr. Hottie, and Salmonella, who do you hate more? Because they're all like the reason the Big Top, like, not all of the Big Top cast are bad. Mostly, like, what's bad is you have the pedophile of Benjamin Woodman, the irritation of, like, trap of Triloquist, Maxi Galactica, who's kind of a jerk, and then And then it's Mo for never getting to the point. Outside of that, and then also Russell Berry, because the guy made a paraplegic live on the 3rd floor of a building without an elevator. That's kind of horrible. But honestly, I think Sal, well, because, like, Sal was absolutely disgusting, but he only showed up, like, only, like, a handful of times in the one case he was in, and he was only a witness for a short period of time. So, while he was absolutely a Redditor, like, in a Discord mod, Hottie was also disgusting, but he was more helpful than Sal was. So, while he was absolutely disturbing, I wouldn't put him there. So I'd probably say Kudo is worse, because not all of the big top casts are bad. Regina's a fine character. She's just, like, young and oblivious. Mo may be annoying, but he does kind of care, even if he seems like a jerk about it. And Acro is, like, such a nice character who never blows things out of proportion. And again, the anime makes them all seem like better people. Like, Regina genuinely apologizes to Acro for the way she was acting. Max wasn't as much of a jerk and he actually did care about the circus. So, there's that. So, I'd probably say Kudo is the worst between those four. Just because we have to see him more. His music is just terrible. It's just a bob, 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 bob kind of sound. Remember, if you're blind and someone tells you you can see, tell them I can see as far as I can reach. Nice. That's a good answer. So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim. How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Travis? You never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Except you did. You did drink the same blend twice. What? Like, during the Damask case, you drank blend number 107 twice because you were trying to determine to cut down on bitterness or acidity. You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee if you catch my drift. But there's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. I mean, I know what it is. When you got word of the, you had to win the lottery, he was excited. Did you see him? No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, $500,000!" Presumably the defendant heard that too, then, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove. And what about Mr. Kudo? The old man choked on some bird seeds that got stuck in his throat. I hope he suffocated on it. I kind of wish he had suffocated on that. It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands. Approximately 5 minutes later from the poisoning of It's a terrible joke, but again, technically it's not wrong. You can only see nothing and you can feel everything. That's like yeah, and if you're top, you can feel the whole planet. Because in Legend of Korra, she said that she can, like, her seismic sense has become so heightened, she can tell the presence of everyone on Earth, which is kind of terrifying. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill. I'm a multi-talented woman, monsieur. I'm sorry, what do you mean? There is le renowned chef Jean Armstrong and the tragic poet Clarice Armstrong. Clarice? Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef and $500,000 in debt. Cooking for a man who won $500,000 on the lottery. It is called Pourquoi. It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for la côte? Please don't. Like, we have just finished season 1 episode. We've been watching Avatar Last Airbender for the first time recently. Just finished episode 1 season 5 last night. Nice. Avatar is such a good series. And then Korra is alright. No time for the phony to do. The phony to act. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred? That's no romantic call from la payphone. By your own argument, Wright. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed. Bien. It seems the shadow of doubt has been lifted, n'est-ce pas? Mr. Armstrong is connected to the case. Oh. Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie notice too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? Ah, you mean that's when the funny stages act? We all know for sure. We'll know for sure once I find a hole in his testimony. Worst thing for an earthbender being blind and paralyzed. Technically, that could just make them want to wear more rock armor to work around the paralyzed bit. I feel like if they're like paralyzed, specifically from the waist down, they'd still be a terrifying earthbender because they could probably just make like a rock golem. I feel like, you know, just work on their upper body, and then all of a sudden they've just made like rock legs for themselves. Like, that'd be terrifying. Although it'd probably work best for like waterbenders because they don't need their legs that much for bending, just their arms. So if they move, it's just like suddenly water legs. Alright. It was just after 2 p.m. It couldn't have been after 2 p.m. because of the radio.
Objection!
I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. What? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be the show Monello was listening to. I can't see any problem with his testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Getting the point, right? If you have one. That show was broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30. Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. Getting worried. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. None! This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Wait, if they're paralyzed, that could be distinctive for them to bone bend. It is canon, someone killed them with the bones within themselves. I'm guessing that's earthbending because there is calcium in the because bone is made of calcium, and calcium is a mineral. So, was it just like an earthbender thing? And I'm guessing that's in the comics and novels because the comics and novels get weird with the lore, man. Like, that's when we learn about Yang Chen's forbidden airbending technique of sucking the air out of your lungs. And that's when we learn about, like, General Old Iron and, like, stuff like that. Like, that's when the lore gets weird with Avatar. It's like Star Wars. Like, the lore is, like, fine until you start reading the comics. Then it starts, like, wait, what are we talking about? It's like, what is this? What about, like, a fourth dimension? Like, it gets weird. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum. Catching a show that was already over. There is only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Trevian that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Objection!
Quiet performance, Wright. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kuda. How do you explain then what the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Trent. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? A missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the real killer hide the body of the real victim? Ah!
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trilogy. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where this body was hidden.
Evidence?
Oh no! I don't know what evidence is! It's like lava bending. You would believe it's under fire bending, but it's under earth bending. Right, because it's molten rock. Like, that makes sense. Like, yes, lava is heat, but firebenders don't bend heat. They bend flame. They bend flame and sometimes lightning. So, lava bending being under earth, that makes sense. It's like, it's just science. What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elg concealed?
Inside Trevian. It's the only one that makes sense. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Trevian.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was hidden was the kitchen. It's the only place that makes sense. The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? It's the small bottle. Take that! The ear medication. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Trevian. Oh, and there we go. That's the trophy I was trying to get. Jean's foreign language course learned all of Armstrong's fancy foreign words. That's the trophy I was trying to get, because we are getting the platinum trophy. Just because it's a visual novel, it's not that hard.
What? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils.
But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elg visited in a otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. I had to stop for a bit just to remember pronunciation. I like to imagine a waterbender can just freeze things at a microscopic level and injure things from there. Like, they just touch someone's open wound, suddenly they, put ice spikes in their blood because of the water content in the body, so suddenly they're being cut up from the inside. That'd be terrifying. That'd be like, it kind of reminds me of in Ocean of Stars when they introduced the vampire rose, which was a rose that if you touched it, it would grant you eternal life. But for every year it adds to your life, it adds a thorn in under your skin that pokes at you, and you can never remove the thorn. It was a good game also, Ocean of Stars. Or Sea of Stars, not Ocean, it was Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars was a good game. The defense has the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pockets. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen?
Mon Dieu!
Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. Really? Poor Maggie. Like, poor Maggie Bird. Like, first, she's had nothing but bad luck her whole life. Then when she gets a boyfriend that she was considering marrying, he gets murdered just because he happened to be in his uniform, and then she's framed for the murder, and then after she gets off, she decides to quit the police force to become a waitress instead and works at Trilogy, which is already sad. She's working at a maid cafe, and then with a perverted old man as its #1 customer, and then she gets framed for murder with her boss pretending to help her but giving false evidence and testimony, and the actual killer posing as me in court to get her convicted of murder. And now she's learning all of this. She's learning that her boss was setting her up to be arrested. Poor Maggie. None! I can imagine the same person, whenever they go to a snowstorm, always arrives because it's their ability. They're just able to... Actually, since snow is just water in a powdery form, does that mean that in a snowstorm, a waterbender could just manipulate some of the snow around it? Obviously not the falling snow because it's not connected, but she could just, unless it's a blizzard where it's all compacted to each other, but they could just bend the blizzard to their will and either hit you with a blizzard back, or they could just redirect the direction of a blizzard. Waterbenders are kind of terrifying when you think about it. Earthbenders are more dangerous because they have sand bending, mud bending, metal bending. They have a lot of extra bending ability to them. A lot more sub variations. But water bending, when you really plan things out, it's kind of dangerous.
Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Glenn?
Never. I could not do such a normal thing.
No. I'm burning my throat again.
Mr. Gatto!
That man now has 3rd-degree burns inside of his mouth and throat. And he still has coffee left. The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? We haven't kept track, unfortunately. Has it been I feel like it has to at least be 10. Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. I down the mug and then I beat them with a cup. Just enough, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my age-deficient friend? Well, that's racist.
Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor.
That's Spanish. No hablo español, Your Honor. And por favor is Spanish. Are you even French, Armstrong? I doubt it. Again, it only gets terrifying if the waterbender has the ability to manipulate ice without needing to do anything, because the snow can freeze to anything. It would be terrifying. they unfortunately would still need to move because water bending is like all bending is still movement based, even water bending. It just needs like not that and air bending just don't need that much movement to them. But still, like it's still kind of terrifying how like versatile water bending can be. Again, not as versatile as like earth bending, but still. And fire bending is just fire. Like, is Armstrong even French? More at 11. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it?
No, absolutely none. Simply,
Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps?
Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Gatto's coffee mug awaits you. You will be beaten to death. As does my gavel. We will both beat you to death.
it is clear. What do they always say in movies? I had a bad feeling about this.
Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. I'm not a crook.
The confession. Finally!
It is true. I hid Labandi in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me.
You were forced. By who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table?
There was.
There we go.
There was another man.
I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
Just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Don't worry, Armstrong. I'll save you from your, well, not your debt, but at least your guilt. The body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. Alright, try to say it was. What man? Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I feared for my life.
He's really scared. You just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him.
But why would you go along with this man?
I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse.
And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur.
Yes?
Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. Like, even if you are a female, you're like, what, 40? You're like 40-something? Hang on. You're 39. You cannot call yourself a maiden anymore. And a bit too male. Maya, don't be judgy. Like, again, for all we know, Armstrong is a woman, they're just overly muscular, and then they identify as a man. It's like Chihiro in Danganronpa. We thought they were a guy the whole time, but they were just a cross-dresser, because of their insecurities. Can't finish the cross-examination without establishing this reason. So I'll just have to prove it with evidence. Wait, I forgot about the Jack Walton guy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Walton Files. It looks like Jack Walton, he's been doing skits because of it. Oh, wait, seriously? That's kind of funny. Okay. Is the reason the loan contract? Objection! Yes, okay. Like, we can't show Furio Tigre yet, because we wouldn't have the evidence. So we'd have to do it here. Hang on, I gotta pop my back real quick. Alright. You have You have a $500,000 debt, don't you?
$500,000? Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Wait, je suis drôle.
Wait, je suis désolé.
I was weak and I borrowed the money.
This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. Furio Tigre! A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. I have his picture on me for some reason.
Oui, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong, the tiger, he told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and la inconstant Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. Hedgick the Hedgick. Apparently he looks like Jack Walton. Never heard of him. I'll have to look him up later.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pockets. Was that your doing as well?
No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It was despicable.
Mr. Goddard, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow.
Nope, no need. 30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy in the stands. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Trice. No one knows that chef is really telling the truth about this. This trial could still go either way.
Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Goddard. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess.
To be continued, right now. Save the game. There's no other trophies for us to get outside of just simply finishing the episode. So, let's go. January 8th, 1:21 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Gatto picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on ends. No, it's not. Hey, there's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot! Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I get kind of wound up. I'm like a dog that way. No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I can get some prints analyzed for you if you got an hour. An hour? The trial will reconvene by then. But Nick, we still don't have any really decisive evidence of piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. Almost out of this horrible case. Just a little bit further. Little bit longer. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet! In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? Because we still haven't figured out whose fingerprints are on the medicine. If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey! That's a small model I gave you back this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solved the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Waluigi, whopperate! Oh, not yet. We're not gonna whopperate yet. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. The Whopperates. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. That did not sound cool like you wanted it to, Maya. It'd be cooler if you said it's time to separate fiction from reality. We're back.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Goddard, do you find this Furio Tigre?
Yeah, he slung me the coffee mug. I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. I beat him with 3 different coffee cups. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. Well, he does roar a lot for some reason. It's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites.
Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please say your name and occupation for that.
Maya, stop hiding. Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there, too. Like, I've soiled myself.
What'd you say to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing honest.
But I guess that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge. I got business to take care of, you hear? So who the heck called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was... The judge disappeared.
Your Honor! Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it. We're doomed. Maybe you just didn't hear me. I said, who the heck was it that called me in here? Oh, there's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What'd you say? There's no point in struggling. You're caught in the snare. The relentless snare of the law. And my smooth jazz. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Too cool? Don't let him get the better of you, Nick! Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, right? Correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie, you? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas.
Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Phoenix Wright. You was the one who set this up, didn't you? You was gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought it. Phoenix has pooped himself. He may need to go to the bathroom to change his pants. And while he's in there, he'll be hearing Marvin Grossberg dealing with his hemorrhoids. Get a grip, Nick. The tiger's alibi. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tenderlander every single day. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta.
Ah, at last I found my patent. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination... What is it? Please, witness if you could refrain from shouting like that.
I know the kind of games that guy's in I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details until he wins. Lowlife? Me? That was a case of, that was a long time ago, dude, and I got off on that murder. I'm not guilty. Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you's gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. I love a good spectator sports.
Just a minute. That's really not...
This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side, and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours, too.
Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
You better be listening. I got no business. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my boss.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Wright.
Well, just in case, because I am kind of low. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? The tiger's alibi. Alright. I don't know about the murder. I was tied up in business last year. Well, we know that he was set to meet with him because of Glenn's calendar. Like December 3rd, on the day of the incident, there's a note saying, meet with the tiger. Do I just present this, or do I press first? Let's see if I just present the calendar.
Objection!
No. Okay, I'm running low. Press. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? You're talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. But mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
That seems like a rather sketchy schedule.
There he goes again. Did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. Press harder. Mr. T. Wright, what do you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is the dead end, right? And you know it. Remember the rules.
Objection!
No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe yous ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Gatto, if you could please.
Mr. T. Gray, the court asks you to add that last The court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Okay, I was in the office. I never saw the kid before. This calendar says otherwise. There we go. I just needed to make it specific. Mr. T. Gray, you claim that you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. T. Gray, I submit that you did know one Mr. Glenn Elg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. He was actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. I committed perjury on purpose because I wanted to test your mettle. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
Who's calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing?
Ruh-roh, Raggy!
So you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify to the court again, Mr. T. Gray.
Excuse me. Oh, yes. Would you mind indulging the court witness?
Has he never actually met the victim? There's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. The victim, Glenn Elg. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elg.
There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy. At my office, Tendalenda. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never been to that Trey Bien joint, you see it? But we have the matches from Trey Bien.
I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's gonna go straight to you, Wright. Alright, I already know what I gotta say. It's here. I've never been to Trey Bien. However, we found these Trey Bien matches at Tendalenda. Although I feel like I should press first. No. Present. Objection! Okay, I was right to not press. That could have been an unwanted penalty. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about? I don't smoke. Violetta's a smoker, though. We found them in your office at Tendalenda. They're from that restaurant. If you've really never been to Trey Bien before, what was the book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around in my stuff too now, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no bra controlling me.
Order, order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? I'm sorry, I'm terribly sorry, forgive me.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, all right? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well, well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him.
Oh, excuse me.
He did meet Glenn Elg that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. At Trey Bien. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hauled already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. No problem. Anytime Trey presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty.
Mr. Gatto, that's my job!
Your job's to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it.
Yes, sir.
The special express ain't cheap, right? Just so yous know since yous paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Doesn't justice have a definition in this universe? At Trey Bien. Alright. When I opened the door, I saw an ugly scene laid out on the tables that was concrete. He couldn't have, though. Because of the floor plans, there's a partition that blocks his table, so he couldn't have seen it. But the question is, where do I present this? When he opened the door, he saw an ugly scene. It would be here, because he couldn't have seen Glenn. Objection! There we go. You're something of a loan-collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie-detecting... Well, I'm something of a lawyer myself. I'm something of a lie-detecting pro myself. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. You don't escape the talons of the Phoenix. I think it's time we got something straight.
What's this tray? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this.
Indeed, a witness would have had a clear view of the victim seated.
Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why, that's true!
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. Oh, the tiger's sweating. So, from the entrance to the Tribune, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat, but you did see the victim that day because you met with him. Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at stage. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenelg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer poses the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade.
That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenelg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright revealed the identity of this criminal to the court.
Your Honor, the defense proclaims a tiger is the imposter. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it.
What? Well, witness?
Put your tongue away, witness. Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe yous don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dare you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts?
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. Is that offense? Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright.
I'm now hiding.
Mr. Wright!
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone.
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Goddard.
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh, no. Serving over the gem, but put in the white powder. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. Fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee.
Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the cup.
Very impressive, Mr. Gatto. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Get like I've turned the tables once again. Found your pen at last, Wright. It was in my pocket. He's like, don't worry. I found my pen. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenelg, and the waitress from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright?
I think that the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenelg was really the killer in disguise, which I would just like to point something out. Glenn? Nope, wrong button. But Glenelg? Furio Tigre. Glenelg? Furio Tigre. What similarities could have led to him impersonating Glenn? Like, okay, Viola impersonating Maggie, that makes sense. Her hair may be a little long, but he also only saw from the back, so it wouldn't have mattered that much, you know? Plus, with Maggie having a ribbon in her hair, she could have just tied it back. But how? They're not even remotely the same age. Glenn is 2 to 30, And Furio's 42. Like 28 to 42. There's no similarity. This is such a dumb plot point. Not the worst plot point, but it's definitely a dumb one. If this Glen Alg was really the killer in disguise. Not to mention the hair. Yeah, you can't even say he's wearing a beanie, because that is some spiky, spiky hair. Like, there's no way the beanie could contain it. Apparently, considering his spiky hair was enough to impersonate me in court. And surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
Your Honor, the defense proclaims that this was a two-imposter lobby. Like, there were two imposters killing crewmates. The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kuda witnessed?
Viola Cadaverini, Your Honor.
Who was this woman?
Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. He was making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Ah, yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. When I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy and had a kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. Something fell over. Hang on. Something fell over on my desk. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime is you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Furio Tigre, Master of Disguise.
Witness, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
I'm sorry?
You's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give yous one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? Yous got it all wrapped up nice, alright. But yous missed out one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see it?
What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
Ha. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're gonna need one. Blech. Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. I'm getting my Starbucks to go. One more steaming hot cup of testimony.
Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trilogy between yourself and the victim?
Ties to the victim. Yeah, I loaned out cash, about $100,000. That day, he was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit as a payback date, you see? So anyway, he tells me how he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
Now, I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Alg was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you've got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know? It's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal.
The repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 in just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one. But what is it? Ties to the victim. Okay. I loaned him $100,000. That day we were due to have a chat. He had hit the payback date. So he tells me he has no way to pay out. And $500,000 bucks. He got lucky. That waitress hadn't done what she'd done. Everything would have been over. What could I press on here? Let me look back on some of my evidence again. We have the medical papers, but that's not on motive. He's just telling me about about the two of them talking. We can't present the lunchbox. We can't use I don't think we can use MC Bomber yet. Should I just... maybe start pressing? How much did he have left on his debts? You want it in round figures? About $100,000. It's the whole amount. We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet. What? You tell me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee?
He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. L.
That guy was smooth, I tell you. It's real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. That's what he says to me. The guy then calls me Lieutenant Tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me. Okay. Oh, dang it. Alright, Tiger was meeting Glenn to get his money back. If El had just given him the lottery ticket, that would have been the end of it. So what's his motive? The big one. If I manage to undermine his testimony, it's all over. Why would he have to poison Mr. L? And why did he loan him the money in the first place when he knew he couldn't repay him? So how much were you expecting him to pay you back on that day? What do you think? The whole package! $100,000 including interest. It's real heavyweight punch. Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world, that's all you've got to do. You gotta know.
And how many times had Mr. L been late with his repayments?
Once. And how much was he supposed to pay back every month? $50. But Mr. L was in a real sticky spot. Yeah, $50 a month. He'd never pay that huge loan off. Was that because the guy won the lottery? Was his last chance to win big?
You can confirm that this is the ticket in question.
That's it.
The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy.
The whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. So that Mr. Kudo would see it. I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it. Maybe here. Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time? I don't remember. If there was no one there, I'll wear this ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Sir Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Deverini were all there at the time.
So the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning.
Seems that way to me.
Well, you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you?
Ha. In dying belief that your next roll will be the worst losing streak you ever had. That's what defines a true gambler. At least it sounds so cool. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it. All I know is the kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end. The waitress. You mean...
The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I need? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing bada boom, over and done with. Alright, here we go. Ask how things would have gone.
What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
Are you all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that witness got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said.
Tiger's motive, huh? I was after the $100,000. I didn't have any other reason to kill him. Is this when I present the medical papers? To show that he did have another reason to kill?
Objection!
Yes, there we go. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash. That's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover it, was it? Huh? About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. Where do you get all this info? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. Yes, I'm breaking HIPAA violations, but that's beside the point. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. Payment for these expenses was due in December of last year, and was paid in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum! Someone should sue these HMOs!
Welcome to American Medical, Your Honor. Ha. No one would pay a bill like that. The medical association got wind of it. The hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Order! 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 You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright.
Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfathers to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glen Elg's life to pay your debts.
Order! 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 What do you say to that witness?
Objection!
It's a nice little fairy tale trait. But even if the witness did need $1 million, that doesn't times Mr. Elg's murder. Mr. Elg only owed him $100,000 and had no hope of repaying it anyway.
Yeah, that guy wasn't worth my spit!
I don't think so. In fact, the opposite is true. The opposite. Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glen Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
Do you know where you're going with this, Nick? You gotta think outside the box, Maya. Outside the box? It's very straightforward. Mr. Tigre wasn't after the $100,000 at all.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? What exactly was Mr. Tigre after?
Your Honor, he was after the ultimate McDonald's menu item. The ultimate hot chicken sandwich, the McBomber. Glen Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money. Care to explain how skill can be used as collateral to secure a loan trait? He had the skill to create a computer virus, and so he did. A virus known as McBomber.
Computer virus? What does one do? What does one of those do?
Computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. As a reminder, this was around the time of like early 1990, so they did not understand the computer fully.
Computer? What does one of those do?
Judged, this isn't the 80s. Guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important points. A virus like McBomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Mr. Tigre, you couldn't have cared less about the $100,000, isn't that right? All you cared about was one thing, the virus. Ah! On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glenn Elk had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to never say never happened. But he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win? Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elk had won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. Let me just season your coffee real quick. So he resorted to illegitimate means. It's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elk and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Elk, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. One crotchety, perverted old man, the witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one can pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about this.
Objection!
But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Gatto? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. You know what I just thought of? If all Tigre wanted... Oh. I just thought on something. If all Tigre wanted was the virus, and then they took the lottery ticket to frame her with to give evidence, then why didn't they also use that $500,000? Like, has that lottery ticket been cashed in yet? If not, then why didn't they cash it in? Why wasn't it cashed in so that Armstrong could have paid off his loan? Like, I know it was evidence, but at some point, with Furio manipulating the crime, I feel like he should have at some point. Like, he could have just, like, framed it. Or they could have even just put any lottery ticket in. It could have just been, they could have just taken any lottery ticket and put it in her pocket. It didn't have to be the winning one. Just having the lottery ticket on her person would have still given her the motive. Like, she heard he won the lottery, but she just took the wrong ticket in the confusion. So, like, why didn't they just put a fake lottery ticket in her pocket and then, like, have Armstrong pay off the loan? Then we never would have had this connection. Like, they didn't really think that through. You just put on a good show, Spiky. Oh, no. If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You say I dressed up like the kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright.
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trey? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the... Your Honor, this is his badge. It proves he framed me in a court of law. Also, I would just like to look something up real quick. What is the term for impersonating a lawyer in court? Like, the name of the crime. They're not telling me. Impersonation. That's the term. It's impersonation. So even if he's not guilty of murder, this dude would which he is guilty of murder, but he's still getting arrested for impersonation. I hate this plot point so much because it's very obviously not a real badge. But here you go.
What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
I'm gonna take a cough drop real quick. My throat's getting a little sore. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this scene real quick. This is screenshot worthy. This is so stupid. Just saves for a screenshot. It's been chilling playing Monster Hunter. Good for you. I have a new meme image. I don't know if it's any better than Let the Parrot Take the Stand, but it's still so dumb. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigray, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very courtroom, you posed as me. Master of Disguise!
What? That's
The truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. You're correct. This man is so sunburnt, I'm surprised his skin isn't peeling off.
Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I'd ever seen.
Got him. We got him on that at the very least. Well, can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Dang it. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Objection! Have you no pride, sir? Also, we could also corroborate that just by simply showing our, we should have, documents showing that we were in court if we were in court that day or not. We should have, documents on it, but we don't.
Objection!
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Court, right, here in court, we deal with people's lives.
Miss Regatta was right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now.
Alright, at least that's cleared up.
However, I preside over this court as the judge, with a vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
No.
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tiger are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
But we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glenell. say he impersonated you, but none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Ha! Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or else you're gonna get mauled. You've got that? All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit to his own guilt. Ha. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook.
This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. T.
Well, Maggie's screwed. Except a special kind of Deus Ex Machina. Your Honor, Your Honor, sir! Wait!
Detective!
Detective Waluigi! Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too.
What is it, Detective?
Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence.
What?
Nice. Alright, we've reconvened for a break so we could examine the evidence. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? I'm at the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle. Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal and as obvious as my nose. All over the bottle. Your Furio Tigre's paw prints, all right. Screet, you got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Where? What? Why not? What we need to procure at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elk's coffee. He already admitted that he's met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference. I know it. Right, no matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. No matter what, Waluigi will never get his own standalone game by Nintendo. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggie, and I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Sir? Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Wah! Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Is there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Alright, the victim's ear medicine covered in Furio Tigre's prints.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you discovered.
Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Wright. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before, but you lawyers should know how to blow things out of proportion. Especially in this universe.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. really backs into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final decisive piece of evidence to the courts.
It's time for a really dumb Hail Mary. This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victim?
Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What?
But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains. Except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. The prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the heck's in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. It's time to falsify evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains the oil. Excuse me. It's time for a really, really dumb Hail Mary. It contains... This bottle contains potassium cyanide.
Potassium cyanide!
The poison used to murder Glenelg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You'd make a good clown, you know that? How many Nintendo 64 cartridges do you think you could eat before you had to go to the hospital? You don't have to eat them whole, and you can use a lubricant of your choice. That is such a dangerous thought to have, but if you could, like, if you don't have to eat it whole, then that implies that you could somehow liquefy it, but unfortunately, the motherboards are all metallic, so you'd risk the metal slicing up your throat. So I'd say, even with a blender, maybe 3, because you also have to deal with like the plastic poisoning your insides. So, N64 cartridges are thick, so maybe you just need like 2 at the most. Unless you got like an iron stomach. Which even then, I doubt it. I noted your answer. Thank you for participating. You're welcome, Root Vegetable. Please don't ask any more cursed questions like last stream, or I will have you timed out again. You was like never gonna get this to stick. He was just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. That ain't the battle with the cyanide in it. You know how every single case has always had, like, this grandiose finale to it? Like, this is how you have messed up! But here it's, like, because we caught them on some kind of technicality, but here we purposefully lied just so we could make him an idiot? No. This is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger, you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. just want to find a specific verse in here. I'm back. Welcome back. We're at another dumb part of this trial, so I decided to take a break and find a certain Bible verse in my brick Bible. Where was it again? Huh. At least we get good music. Well, I'm having a hard time just finding it strictly through this, so I'm just gonna Google it. Well, actually, it's already 3:02, and I was planning on doing the other case before this, so maybe I'll just wait a bit. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it. The goggle is steaming. Smoking, but either way, just nah, I'm gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. I just got an important text. Hang on. I'm actually now just kind of curious. It's just going to be one of those things that's just going to be gnawing at my mind. Here it is. Dear friends, let us love one another, for love comes from God. Everyone who loves has been born of God and knows God. Just an important verse. A verse I like to think on. Well, that wasn't the specific verse, but we always have to remember that. Something I always like to remember. But ladies and gentlemen, and whatever you like to be identified as, we got him. At last. What? Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle... Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle with the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna provide my priz on that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you, people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. Still haven't figured it out. Sorry, just checking notification. Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You don't know who you's messing with. I'm the Tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jumped-up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all! I apologize, headphone users. Oh no. I apologize, headphone users. I'm sorry. The eyes in the dark, that is such a dumb trope. Like, are my eyeballs bioluminescent? Also, a blackout. No one go near the elevators. I don't want another DL6 to happen. What's going on? It looks like it was a blackout. I'm sorry. The glow in the dark is always gonna be funny. Well done, Trey. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. Gato, stop throwing hot coffee at people especially while it's still in the mug. Stop doing that. You're going to kill someone. Or at least severely burn their face. While you watch the police restrain your prey. I think he's dead. I think Tigre just froze up, went catatonic. I think rigor mortis has set in. He's dead now. I think the sniper killed him in the dark.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be like...
Really, Judge? Not the time.
Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Rada?
He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elder.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney.
Sniper, did I put him in a state of paralysis, or did I just knock him out cold? Did you use the combination bullet that makes someone unconscious and paralyzed at the same time? Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake.
Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue.
I have another sneeze coming on. Oh, God.
Rio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal.
The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Got him.
Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird,
not guilty. Oh, this terrible, terrible case. All we have is the after conversation, and then it's over. And the cases in this part of the trilogy, at least, all uphill from here, right to David Tennant's face. Also, for anyone curious, that is technically not mine. That was my sister's, but when she moved out, she let me have it. Like, she just forgot to take it with her because she was going to a smaller apartment, and I just asked, hey, could I keep it? Because I think it'd be funny to have in the background of my streams. So, that's why there's a David Tennant cardboard cutout. It's also the reason why the camera looks like it's so high up for me. It's because I didn't want it, because if I properly moved it down a little more, then you couldn't see it. Then you couldn't see his face. The victim was given not guilty, but was sentenced to death. And it's like, Miss Bird is guilty. Like, Miss Bird is now innocent, but she still will be killed. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad with Mr. Wright letting me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him, sir. Hey, Maggie, shut up for the last time! That wasn't me defending you in court! That was the tiger! I hate that! That they keep bringing that up! Look, Nick, in the doorway! Is it the tiger? Is he here to slap Maggie? Nope, it's Gumshoe. Or is it Furio Tigre disguised as Gumshoe? Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See ya, pal. Wait! Detective Gumshoe, sir. What? Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Or actually, wagulations. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? What? Oh, well, Well, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you kind of the worst? Why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. He's the reason we got this retrial in the first place. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. And also, he's the reason we even had this retrial. Like, he's the one who filed for it. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used this so cleverly. Sir, Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Maggie kinda sucks. I know he's got a bit of a crush on her. She doesn't deserve him. You're kind of the worst, Maggie. Like, sure, like, Gumshoe's a bit of a scatterbrain, but he has a good heart. Unlike you. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge the free pass to lock me up, sir. He didn't have any other choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. Like, Maggie, he was just doing his job. He doubted me, and that's why he thought I might have done it. No! Maggie! Do you not understand how court proceedings work at all? He was reciting the facts of the case, and I was simply asking questions. That's cross-examination. Especially when I wasn't even here for the initial case. No wonder you left the defense force. You left the police force. Gotta prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Here's the twin tea set. It's awful. Which is why I'm giving you Gumshoe's lunchbox. It's actually kind of tasty. Take that! Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe made with a ton of love. He says you lost weight and that he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe got her. I actually really like weenies, you know? Nice. Why couldn't they call it sausages? Oh. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Sir? Yes. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. It's kind of cold. I really should have put this in the microwave. Like, it's just a microwave hot dog and rice. Or it could have been boiled. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. with some more of Gumshoe's Weenies. Episode 3, Recipe for Turnabout, the end. A brand new episode has been added. Finally, we're getting to good cases. Let us go. Turnabout beginnings. I am going to do this because I don't think this case takes too long, and I don't think there's any trophies involved with this. Let me double check. I don't think there's any trophies during Turnabout beginnings. Yeah, no. So we can just, like, go with it, and it's all trials. So this should go by quicker. So let's go. The girl. Let her go. Ooh, an old movie. That was a weird take. Like, these are some weird camera angles for the movie. Shut up. Come closer. And not kill her. Sorry. But you're not going to get that chance. Well, someone's dead. Clearly. Alright, Phoenix is apparently in the hospital now. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Why isn't this present in the games? Name, Terry Falls. Charge, kidnapping, murder. Sentence, death penalty. Fugitive movements. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his capture. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. "6 years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial." Did they ever keep that fugitive data thing in the other games? Because that's cool. February 16th, 1924 a.m. Or not 9:24 a.m., not 19. This isn't military time. 9:24 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. I never should have accepted this case. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing, I swear. I didn't kill nobody. Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry, I told a little lie. Oh boy. But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? I'm really, really sorry. They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell ya. That woman, she lied in a testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it. I didn't kill her. I could never do that. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believed that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. I did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her! She was alive when I left. She was alive, it's true! I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. You never should. Something my dad told me is that when being a defense attorney is never believe your client. That's like one of the most dangerous things you could do. One of the dumbest things. Ha.
You're not going to figure out the truth just by staring at the guy. Why are you here? I came to see how a little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? Ha, that old man is probably still in bed. He's got crippling hemorrhoids. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Oh, he's also been alcoholic. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. Who is very obviously Gatto. I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me. No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine, an escaped death row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. Sure wish I could get out of it, though. Relax, I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. I'm saying that because I didn't want to badmouth Grossberg. He's kind of an idiot. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kid. Shop in this class of yours. It's go time. Solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple, childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. February 16th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. With a new lawyer. Court is now in session for the trial, Dairy Falls. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for quite a while, Your Honor. I understand lawyers from both sides are newcomers. Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutor everyone is talking about, eh? But he is Canadian. They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. I'm 20, Your Honor. Which is not that early. I mean, like, sure, they're usually like a little older, but it's not that unusual. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Young people are ready to trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. I'm a boomer, you see. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely. The defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. And for further proof that I'm Gatto, I have a coffee bug in court. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls is responsible for her death. You got it, kid. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement, eh? Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very courtroom. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct, but in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. A witness's testimony. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. Also, I like how, to show this is a younger Edgeworth, his outfit is very similar to Von Karma's outfit, just kind of a palette swap. And then when he gets older, he tries to form his own identity, his own outfit. I like that. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in it are never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be
Exactly. The victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Aha, I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. There's only one thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha, the truth is becoming clear to me now. What? Yes. Oh no. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute, that's not right! At least hear the case before you decide on your outcome, Your Honor. Do you not understand how this works? Watch yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Young Gumshoes, the younger Waluigi. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Waluigi Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. Wah! I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. Wah! I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey man, you got an idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Gumshoe, please. Excuse me? No, seriously, my heart, it's aching for ya. Gumshoe, be professional. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I will cut off what you cannot keep in your pants. I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Now, Detective, tell us about the incident, eh? Yes, sir. Right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran of the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That which is already stated in the autopsy reports. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Also, what do we actually have? Do we have? Oh. We just have this. So, stabbed with a knife in the back, died from blood loss between 4 and 5 p.m. Yes, sir, I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. Alright. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at the police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Alright. Bridge located 40 feet above Eagle River. Dusky Bridge map. With victim's blood found on the bridge. The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor. If you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I was some hoser. Really? Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake, and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me, and get ready. Summary of the incident. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at the police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Excuse me. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, will the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling, it's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, alright? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner here. You got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you got, kitten. Stop calling me your Discord kitten, Diego. Okay, it's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching, and, you know, your years of law school. But I guess YouTube is also a good teacher. Alright, so 5 things. So, on the incident, Sergeant was phoned up by someone unknown and asked to meet. She went to the bridge at the designated time to meet Falls, and that's where she was murdered. Criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to get away. Was arrested at a checkpoint at the mountain. A bridge up in the mountains? But why meet there? Because it is a very important place to the defendant, that's why. What do you mean by that? If you remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge. The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Falls. Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. Alright, stuffed into the trunk. Mr. Falls had a car then. Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? In the photo, the stolen car is trunk. Well, that's definitely a body stuffed in the trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. Can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? Anyway, is there anything strange? He was arrested at the checkpoint. I mean, this is the only thing that's, like, new, so press. Was she stabbed first, or was she put in there, first of a question? Stabbed first and then put in the trunk. That actually we do kind of have established. Like, what did the defendant have to say about this photo? What he always says, ma'am. I didn't do it, I didn't do nothing. That's all he says. Nothing? I wouldn't say he did nothing. I wouldn't say he did nothing. At the very least, we know he stole the car. It's just what he always says, Your Honor. And then he always says, sorry, I told a little lie. Or something like that. Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. Alright. Big trap waiting for you in that testimony. Walked away carelessly and it'll leave more than a flesh wound. Fun, huh? No, it's not. Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you better get some more information. And if you're gonna get caught in the trap, especially get caught early, you can always look for contradictions afterwards. Like, do you think it was just like, the knife was just like set up in the back, she was like thrown in and then killed? It's like, geez, Al, I forgot I put the knife in there. Ever famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those. Oh boy, I sure hope this guy is wrong. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right?
Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant called her. Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah, a top-secret memo that she left at her desk. Okay. Confidential police materials written by the victim. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Well, this bright idea was to keep that note from me. Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. It's the detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me! I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? That cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Can we actually read the details? Yes. Falls. 4:30 p.m. at that bridge, wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Dahlia! Valerie Hawthorne, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that was easy. Like we knew, she's kind of a horrible person. Anywho, where's the scarf?
Objection!
Witness! The first objection. What? What is it? You have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that. The first objection. You should have practiced before coming into court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Say the little kitten, wanted a piece of my coffee candy. Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Can we actually see a... No, not yet. I mean, this was 6 years ago. Would she be like... I don't know how old she'd be at this point. Come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective? Yes, ma'am? This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. That note? It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looks like. Thus, this special request. I have one very simple question for you, detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it! The caller told her to wear her to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you are searching so desperately for... Is it this one, perchance? Well, no, because that's not white. Where do you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first, so I decided to conduct my own investigation. Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That hot shot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white, as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. It looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising, it was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth, he was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Alright, worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is alright with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Boy, would I like to wrap the scarf around his smarmy little neck. Mia, please, he's important. Right, very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively, and with hard evidence, that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. Sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten. There's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. Genius, huh? I still say he should have gone into the detective business, not the lawyer business. I mean, he conducted an investigation first. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the victim wearing the scarf, sir. Oh. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately, and it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up. It's about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Ah, a potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, are you sure about anything, Canadian judge? Seems to have been taken by the witness. So as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Ah, the truth is becoming clear to me now. What? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again, that's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, That's how court proceedings work. Alright, my witness, whose event took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows them wearing the scarf. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. It's a little hard to see what's going on. They shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Is that part of the witness's testimony as well? Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach. I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. Are you talking about seeing someone getting pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? His mind-boggling tales and the way he says brutal. I wonder if he's Canadian. He is Canadian. He's canonically Canadian. Save your nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Oh, baby. The court record seems to have wet itself. What? Watch where you spill your coffee. Court record, huh? Alright, so that was on... Pushed her from behind, she landed on her stomach. She's facing her attacker. What about the court record should have been pressed? Do I just present the photo here? I don't know, that was a weird line. We'll shove the victim down from behind and stab her in the back. I don't know what I would say. Do I just use the witness photo? I don't know, that was weird. I'll just try some stuff. The crime.
Objection!
There we go. All right. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct?
Yeah, and fog too. It's a generally soggy atmosphere.
So that was it. Okay. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere.
This is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime,
Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right.
well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right.
What is it about this photo? Well, I mean, she's not wet for one.
And her hair doesn't look it either.
And actually, the answer is nope.
Ah, great.
Alright. Hang on. Give me another chance. Was it, like, here? Is it the coat? Great. Well, I'm not getting a third strike to it. The chest region, okay? Like right here? Okay, there we go. Naturally, the answer is right here.
The victim's coat. As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it.
That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky Bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud.
That's exactly right. The other day I found on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled.
Playoff beard? I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet but not muddy.
Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken.
Can you prove that the scarf on the bridge was the surface on the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh?
Huh. A real man wouldn't stand for a talent like that.
Neither would a real woman. Feminism on it as its finest. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. Is it like the scarf itself because it was found on Dusky Bridge? Like the bridge itself? Do I just present the scarf? Yes. Like, it's just literal. The evidence is this scarf. Ah, it should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't be outwitted by this snuffs bimp Edgeworth. Uncalled for. Hey, same to you, buddy. I called him a bimbo. Or I guess it would be himbo with the ascot. Miss Faye's hesitation makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? All right. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here.
You're doing pretty well for a little kitten.
Stop calling me your kitten, Armando. I am not your Discord kitten, and you are not a Discord mod. Sir Armando.
No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence. It's one of those three.
Okay. What you said just now, I'm not sure I like it. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over there that said it.
The court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is.
Yes. The false evidence in this case is the, like, very obviously the body was in the trunk. I don't think Gumshoe would lie. Would it just be the testimony? Or not the testimony, the photo? About the photo that the prosecution claims was taken by a witness. It certainly seems to show a man in a prison uniform and a woman in a coat. However, we can't tell any more than that from the photo. Are you saying that the people in the photo may not be the victim and the defendant? I'm making a cheesecake that's, why not chat? No, that's fine, I respect it. Well, that's certainly a possibility. So perhaps it was another prisoner and policewoman. I admit, people have their quirks. Perhaps they were part of a role-playing group. Well, I suppose it's also possible. Well, I failed. And... Alright. I'll be penalizing you. Okay. Okay, so does that mean it's the body in the trunk? If the victim really did try to repel her killer, and if she did fall down on the bridge, then you would expect her coat to be dirty. Therefore, the body that was found in the trunk of the car is not the body of Valerie Hawthorne. Okay, that was it. I'm glad I got a free no penalty. But what do you have to say to that, Mr. Edgeworth? Objection. Overruled. You didn't say it with comics. You didn't say it with a comic book onomatopoeia. Not only a whisper, but he mixed in a sigh too. Valerie Hawthorne was more than a simple meter maid. She was a sergeant. There's absolutely no chance that a mistake about her identity could be made. Oh no. Guess he's right. Oh no. Okay, once again, I don't get a penalty. Alright. So it was the testimony then. It is a no-brainer. Obviously it was a witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. It's not just true, it's the truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy Wonder over there would have called him in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kinda worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Okay, let's learn the brutal truth.
Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation?
Hi, Dahlia.
Oh no. Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Now look at you. How can I put it? You look as scrumptious as the double-double on a dozen donut holes. Eh? I feel like I want to hurry it. Oh, nasty. Oh, that is nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Judge, you are a nasty, nasty Canadian judge. Hey, not so fast. We don't have her age yet, but that's probably pedophilia. Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Faye, you can learn a lot from this man, eh? If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one of me. Sir? Eh? Yes, my dear? Oh, wait, no, I did the smoker voice for her.
This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. Oh, aren't I just a sweet little angel?
Not at all. It's no trouble at all. Now then, maybe please have your name and occupation.
My name is Melissa Foster. You can just call me Ma. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department.
You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate?
How can you be so mean?
Now see here, what are you doing shoving that in the face like that? It's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. I don't like the turn this is taken. Is she staring at me?
And who would you be?
Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Faye.
I see. So you are.
Now, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best, sweetie kids.
Oh, this is gonna really kill my throat. The witness's photograph.
I was using my camera to take some picture of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly they just started fighting. That's when I heard and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here.
I was standing right over here. I was standing in the beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs.
So you took the photo from that location, eh?
I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Oh, what a cute camera. Just like its owner, eh? Melissa Foster took the witness's photo with this, a small but powerful model. Also, do we now have the age? She's 19. Okay, so it's not pedophilia, but you're still being creepy, Judge. Alright, then, Miss Faye, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again, and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. Eh? Alright. Okay, so she says she was there. There's no way she could have seen it. Because, like, the only visible part of the bridge is collapsed. So, there's cliff face. She couldn't have seen it. Those two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Like the fact you'd like to give her the raspy voice when he's
Oh, but when he's young, let's make him Canadian. Well, this is technically a different person. Like, it's confirmed in the next case, but this is the judge's brother. So, the older judge is just elderly. He'll sound like Ronald Reagan, but this guy, he's still young, so he's still got that Canadian voice. So, well, one of them will talk like this. The other one will be young, nice young Canadian, eh? We started fighting. She couldn't have seen two people on the bridge because of the cliff face. So here? Nope. Maybe I should start just pressing on things. Was there anything strange about the two of them? I'm a bad girl, I know I am. Oh, aren't I just a devil wearing Prada? It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there, so I decided to watch them like some kind of peeping Tom. No, not at all. Everyone's like that, eh? I love watching other people fight too. In fact, I can't get enough of it. I hold this secret underground fighting ring every weekend, eh? Actually, that's why I took this job in the first place. I like seeing people duke it out in the courtroom. You know that one meme of the guy jumping at the witness or jumping at the judge? It's like, I love seeing moments like that, eh? Too much info, Your Honor. In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have kept watching them, especially dressed as they were. Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely. Suddenly they started fighting. That's when you heard him took that photo that shows the crucial moments. Is it here? Because I feel like she couldn't have seen them because of the map. But I feel like just to be safe, I should press. Do you have any idea what they were fighting about? No, I have no idea. Why do you ask that? Oh, I just thought that maybe you overheard what they said. Oh no. I got penalized, aren't I? I would never eavesdrop. I got more class than that. That's right, Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Okay, I didn't get penalized. Okay. Why did you take a photo? Well, the two of them were really going at it. You see, I'm kind of into that. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over. It smells like a lie to me. Yes, I understand completely. Even now, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. Ooh, you're creepy. I still use my grandson to test my comedy routines on. So you want to be a comedian, huh? Not that that has any bearing on this. I can see that. Like, two Canadians walking through a bar. I'm not going to finish that joke because I don't have a punchline. Will they be related? So that means our judge would also be Canadian, or is he from a different country but blood related? Just because you're Canadian doesn't mean you have the Canadian accent. I mean, for all we know, like, the judge just lost the older judge just lost his Canadian accent as he got older. You know? Not that hard to believe. So they're probably still both from Canada, like probably Quebec. So that's where all the poutine. So you know they have the poutine, but nah, you can be Canadian without the accent. They was using my camera, so I took the photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police. And right after that, I called the police. Okay. Is it now? No? Dang it. Alright, I actually have to... just save... Here? Alright, now. Load. Well, it's getting lit. Well, I have 30 minutes till the stream ends, and I don't want to take too long on this, so I'm just going with the guide. It's getting too late. I don't want to take too long, and so I'm just gonna use the guide here. Alright. Here. It was this I presented? Yeah. Sorry, I'll try, I usually try not to do this, but I'm low penalties, it's getting a little late, I'm also starting to get a little hungry, and I don't want this to take too long. Witness. When you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of a thing that we would refer to as the crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that?
Well, you see,
the photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. No! Wait, oh no, I turned into Canadian Homer Simpson there. My apologies, young lady, but Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he?
I'm sorry, I'm a very bad girl, aren't I? Just someone you could punish. I used it all up. The film, I mean.
We're not a film.
This photo was the last one.
What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all the photographs you took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos?
Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it.
So you took the photos of yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once too, although I can't say them here because otherwise this would get demonetized, right? Please no details. It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait, just a minute. Well, if she had no film, now she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet.
Very well then. Let's get back to the cross-examination, eh? Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge.
Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk.
Oh, aren't I just a sweet talker? Don't I just have a mellifluous voice?
Yeah. It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. You are a Discord mod, aren't you, Armando? Yeah, it's sickening. Alright, using my camera to take pictures of the wildflowers. Oh, wait. We're back to this. Alright. Oh, wait. So let's start fighting. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. You couldn't know that. Is it when I use... Is it this now when I use it? No. It's a good thing I have the guide on hand. I really don't want to have to rewind. Again, I'm just doing this just so I don't have to, like, take too long. Witness, your testimony is a joke.
Huh? What? But I just...
Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. Deal with it. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were two contradictions. It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end. Excuse me. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have even ran 5. because Dusky Bridge has collapsed on that side. Wah! I couldn't really do the smoker voice without, like, her turning into Waluigi or Wario for a bit. What does this all mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court. Objection! Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So what are you saying? I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous! You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Ha, that guy's good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward. Well, Miss Faye, it seems you once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
No. It wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw.
Indeed.
Alright, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on. Oh, I'm such a fragile little dandelion.
We're on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I almost became the Canadian judge.
Running from the crime.
After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up.
If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that. Oh well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. That's what I like to hear. I'll get my latte later. Alright, Miss Faye, cross-examination if you please. Contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. Alright. We need to make sure the body stayed hidden. Again, you couldn't have even seen that with the bridge. Look.
Objection!
The killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. I was focusing on the fact that there's still like the giant cliff face, but yeah, you could have also just dropped her off the side. Well, what was it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. Known for its powerful currents, most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Ah! In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at the same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. Order, eh? Almost sounded like Jotaro Joestar there for a second, or Jotaro Kujo. I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye, but I must admit it does seem odd to have not thrown the body into the river. Mr. Edgeworth? How sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Fay, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all. But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. Certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. What is he talking about?
Alright, I'll do my best.
Okay. Broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in... how could you have seen that?
Objection!
Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Like, your photo only shows that. I mean, Grant, I am also kind of, like, again, I do still have the guide on hand, but again, it's just going to take too long regardless.
Done what?
Otherwise, I would have probably just presented the Dusky Bridge map again. Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Fay? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes?
Yes, and?
It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. It was the diagram! The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Ah! That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. Ah! I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car.
That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine.
I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Oh, okay. Your own photo tells the whole story. Oh, you can actually see the cliff. Okay, yeah. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ah! Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff, but you still claim to have been able to see the killer's car?
No.
Order! Order in the court! What's the meaning of all this ballyhoo?
Objection!
Ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing the murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very, very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before sorting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Oh.
Mr. Judge,
What is it?
I think I must have remembered things wrong.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. Miss Fay, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. You mean perjury? Yeah. Yes, indeed, quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. I'll overlook perjury, eh? What? That's not fair. Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando? Don't look back until the trial's over. Now's the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair! Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. Killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. Just tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Aha! Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. How would you have known that? I'm certain there were scratch marks when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. Like, there are, but how could she have seen that? It's true. These certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? Judge is on her side. Can't make any mistakes here. What she just said? Is there a contradiction in there somewhere? Yes! Yes, there freaking is! Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You say that you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Not to mention, like, one other thing. Even if she could see the car, how could she see the scratches from this distance? Like, I have to go? Alright. Finally. I finally got her. Ha. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was it was her car that was stolen. No, she put the corpse in herself. There's only one way that the witness had the chance to see those scratches. Yes? What is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison gob. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one to put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Like, oh no. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk. No. Preposterous. To even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. The timer function. Excuse me. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why? It's almost as if she had bought this camera just to take this picture.
Objection!
What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field. Will the defense please explain further? Listen, this is the crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the event occurred? In answering that question, will also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Excuse me. Very well, please answer this question. Where was Mr. Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? She's the killer, Your Honor. No, victim.
Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Order! 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 Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could have only been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine! Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. Like, a lot of table slamming. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped him get convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looks like anymore. You were just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. That's why he asked her to wear a scarf. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Namely, this muddy scarf. Nah. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Okay, suddenly Gumshoe was there wearing a white scarf. It's like, ah, Valerie. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No, oh, no, I tripped and fell on my face. Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. There you go. Ha. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well, this court is in recess. To be continued right now, since it wouldn't make sense to end it here. I know that is about the time when I end the stream, but I might as well just make this stream go a little bit longer just to finish Turnabout Beginnings. It's not that long of a trial. Mr. Falls, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I want to say thanks, you're real good. You really hooked me up. Thanks, we're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we gotta get past. Obstacle? Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill the policewoman anyway? Motive, huh? Ooh, excuse me. Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information, right. What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course.
kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing, I didn't kill nobody, I never lie! Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I trust you. That day 5 years ago, I dream of it every day. This picture, it reminds me of everything. Bridge looks same, just like then 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart any minute. I should give him the suction cup man voice. So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Ha. Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart any minute. Like, you can't keep suction cup man down. It's true. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, poor Terry. Your girlfriend? Huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne? The victim's last name. Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister. What? Are you serious? The girl, let her go. You can't keep suction cup man down. Screw you. I ain't letting him go. Like, you can't kill suction cup man either. Shut up. Come closer and I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it. Wrong! No protecting! She didn't protect her sister! Valerie betrayed me! Betrayed us! What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything! All lies! All make-believe! The kidnapping too! A make-believe kidnapping? Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teenage... Huh. And they said that she was a 14-year-old girl. He would have been at least 20... Never mind. You don't deserve the suction cup man voice. Did he actually say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas. Also, he's disgusting. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia said? Wait, hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yeah, me and Dahlia, and Valerie, too. Valerie was in on it? Dahlia's family's rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel. That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote a kidnapping note. We sent it to her dad. Asked for $2 million diamond. Told him to make the exchange at Dusky Bridge. Told him Valerie should make the transfer because we knew because she's a new detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright? In the end, you were planning on splitting the $2 million 3 ways, huh? I really can't do anything but yeah, but that woman! I have to do the suction cup man voice! That woman, Valerie, she did it for real! She shot me for real! Me and Dahlia! I was shot in the arm. Dahlia, she jumped in the river. You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Woke up with police all over me. And that's when they decided to give you the death penalty. I couldn't believe it. That woman betrayed me. That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. These 5 years, all I wonder is why? Why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know.
That's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself.
Yeah, but I forgot what she looked like, so I told her to wear a scarf. I didn't want to hurt her, just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just wanted to hear their answer come from her mouth, that's all. So that's why you made a crazy escape like that.
Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it?
Huh? Where's what?
Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamonds. Remember that now? Did you give it back to the Pops? Did the police take it?
I don't know. Huh? You don't know? No, really, I don't know. It's gone with Dahlia.
With Dahlia?
That day on the bridge. Dahlia put it in her backpack. Along with all my suction cups. Now it's gone with Dahlia. Gone forever. I'm no longer a suction cup man. I'm just man. Into Eagle River.
It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go.
Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne? Never found her. They never found my sweet Dahlia.
Never found her.
Swallowed by the river. Gone. Dahlia. I'm not saying that other part. That's kind of nasty.
Teen Angel? How old was she anyway?
Just 14 when he was 20. That's kind of gross. 14? Guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds. Yeah, you kind of deserve death row. I'm still doing the Suction Cup Man voice because it kind of worked. Just because, well, I didn't fully commit to it before, so I wanted to with someone. But, yeah.
She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth $2 million. And oh man, angels these days.
Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really?
Time's up, kid. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now.
You bet. Alright. $2 million gem used to ransom for Dahlia, lost to Eagle River 5 years ago.
The train wheels come off now, Mia. You gotta strike while the iron is hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
February 16th, 1:49 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best.
You're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try to pin the client on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason could a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman?
Certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer.
Motive, huh?
I figured that's what I had to establish next.
Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of motive? Yes, of course. I think.
You're still acting as tame as a kitten.
Stop calling me kitten, weirdo. Sir Armando.
Listen, a lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that and talking to me like you're a Discord mod.
Excuse me, may I speak, Mr. Judge?
Of course, Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true.
I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady.
Well,
Looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click, she lights right up. Very well then. Let's hear what the witness has to say. I'm also extending this stream because Friday will not be a Phoenix Wright stream. We're doing the D&D campaign instead. Melissa Foster's history. I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago, or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Out of the country, eh? Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up to the bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile. You bet. Somehow I have to tire to this case.
Hold it!
How did you know? A grudge?
Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death.
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges.
He seems rather forgetful, your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot what the poor policewoman as well.
What do you mean by that?
Your client, he forgot what the detective looks like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well.
Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. However, you said he forgot what the detective looks like. What do you mean by that?
Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right?
Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf for identification.
Why, if I hadn't been wearing a white scarf that day,
Well then
he probably would have tried to kill me.
That's true. He's clearly a better man. This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with that last statement? Have it added to testimony. Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony. The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and a mentally imbalanced one at that. Well, that's kind of mean. That testimony only helps to further prove that point. No, that's not why I... No. Witness, if you would.
My pleasure, Mr. Judge.
Lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. Well, it's not exactly white. But how did you even know that?
Objection!
Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. Once again, the photograph. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Ah, are you talking about this scarf right here, eh?
Yes, that's it, the scarf the policewoman was wearing.
I've got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White? This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me.
Ow!
Objection!
Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. It's not surprising that you mistook it for white.
Objection!
Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but there's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is... the note. She had known about the note. Witness, have you ever seen this note?
Nope, no, never.
Stop seeking evidence. There's no reason that you would have.
I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Mr. Falls' instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification. White scarf. Ah! Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No! Order! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one, the person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was Dahlia Hawthorne. And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne. I've never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There's her name, right there. What's this? So who's this person? This is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Miss Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life.
The dead? Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased young sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime? You don't mean... Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls.
Objection!
You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age you are. That. Even you couldn't. Miss Faye, you're not saying. But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. This is just reunion and turnabouts. But again, what? Like, you can't really do the what if you're doing like the Canadian voice, eh? Nice work. It's like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. Unless you can tie all the loose ends together. I understand. Also, weird choice of words. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. That is my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm. Witness, just who are you anyway? I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand. What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. You don't mean... Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. What did he say? It looks like the kid knew. He knew your true identity from the get-go. No, wait, then why? If he hadn't revealed their secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was their testimony, so he made a little trade. So let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But I thought she died 5 years ago.
We thought so as well, but, well, as you can see... Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to the crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of the victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder.
Objection!
Really, Miss Faye, I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. What? I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up the assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister? Well, you see, I thought I was winning. Somehow it's it. He's turned it around on me. Huh. I think you need a little push in the right direction, kid. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. That wasn't me. It was this guy, this crazy coffee addict.
Objection!
I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No. You just arrived at the moment of truth. That's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me? The rashness of youth. How charming. It's coming from someone younger than me. Now then, let's not waste any more time, Miss Faye. What motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? Well, the whole truth must come out. So they would have known about the conspiracy. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal the world the whole truth. The whole truth? There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently.
Objection!
A terrific story, Miss Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Faye. What was the secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh yes, I know this secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony. What testimony? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters. Ugh. Very well, I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? Yeah, yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Oh, Judgy Boo. Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia? But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped. Oh, wait, 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. Excuse me. The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. Without her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe after all that she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor? As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Sir Edgeworth got the jump on me again. Ha. If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up. You've still got that info. That ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby. Right. Dahlia planned the whole thing. Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. Now, if it was at the end of the bridge, he couldn't have, because there's all the rock underneath.
Objection!
You see that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true, I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible. Impossible? I asked the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Excuse me. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. You forgot about how physics works, Edgeworth. You're right. The events occurred just as the witnesses testified. The defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what's the meaning of this? You see, Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct? Now that you mention it, I do remember now when I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious. Order in the court. It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. This is no time to retreat. And unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous! What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court records. Like, this is way too secure of a bridge for her to have been pushed off the side.
Take that!
Your Honor, all of the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. No! But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over.
Objection!
So young and already so forgetful, Your Honor. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm. And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. I always love that image, just that. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge? That is clearly impossible. Rock! I don't think it's the sniper. I don't think the sniper was around at this point. Which also kind of fits since Shannon's kind of our voice of it. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into Eagle River intentionally. What is this? Why was there the lion sound? Indeed, what do you mean by such a ridiculous remark?
Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had a gun in hand. God, she could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide.
Objection!
Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river. Sniper's asleep. It misfired? Welcome back. Well, so the sniper... Well, I guess we have already made the lore that the sniper can move across space and time. So, yeah. So, the sniper, he was even here during this case. Oh? Then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river? The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. The diamond. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond. Ugh! No, it can't be. Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million. She was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river. With the ransom tucked away safely inside her backpack. Oh. Why, that's simply ridiculous! Order! 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 Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old girl is capable of such a demonic plan? This woman is a demon. And there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well? But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. What do you mean by that? On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister, Dahlia. Then she told her what she was planning to do. Planning to do? She's going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her notes. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatch your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne! Who's that? Who's that? Laughing at a time like this? Yep, it's now her.
Forgive me, it's just hilarious.
Witness, is that you?
You amuse me, woman, Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't ya?
Evidence?
Oh no, it's always evidence. Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14 I plotted with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond if you can't provide evidence to at least show that? Miss Faye? I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Faye. Are you stupid or something?
How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof that Valerie Hawthorne's murder. But it seems that we've come to an end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense.
Of course you are.
This is it? Is this it? Is it really over? The girl's made a fool of me and there's nothing I can do about it. Ha. Without evidence, the trial is over. We decided that. Mr. Armando! Come on now, kid. Haven't you figured it out? Have you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. Testimony? On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car, and then went to meet with her. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who was the one person who can testify to that demon woman's crimes? Terry, you cradle robber, you disgusting man, please help us out. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls. The defendant? There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all, and that person is Terry Falls. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this? Why not? The prosecution has no objection. Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand. To be funny, I thought you said Terry Balls. Ah yes, Terry Falls and his cousin Terry Balls. It's like he comes in, it's like, Your Honor, I am not related to that pedophile! In fact, I'm the complete opposite. I'm 25 and my girlfriend is 60. She's 60 years old. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes? I don't believe it, no way! 16, you say? Oh, never mind, you said 60. Yes, sorry. Sorry, dude, I sometimes have a bit of a stutter, so she's 60 years old. Soon to be 61 next month. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive, and you were used for $2 million. That's not true! Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne or was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia, did you betray me, Dahlia? Oh, you took my suction cups away! 5 years ago, we promised we'd never ever betray each other. Derry! Dahlia! It's true! You are alive!
You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad. Oh, boo-hoo, I'm so sad.
Tell the truth, the real truth. I believed in you.
I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there is one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry.
Dahlia?
I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and only once. Well then, Mr. Falls, your testimony will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness.
Yeah!
I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, sorry. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Water, please! Water! Oh no, where are my suction cups? Can't talk, need water!
Oh well. I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself.
That's not a word. Bitterer is not a word. It's more bitter. Hang on. Is it bitter grammatic? Oh. Grammatically correct. Bitterer is actually grammatically correct. Okay. I thought it would have been more bitter, but okay. I was proved wrong, Diego Armando. Like, no, I'm losing my power as Suction Cup Man! Who Terry Falls saw. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. It was in front of the bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. I washed my car from the bridge. I never put a body in the car. Finally, a woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked and she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you? That's enough, Miss Faye. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Very well then, Miss Faye. Please proceed with your cross-examination. Is this how you wanted to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten, I think. I'm not that confident anymore. Who Terry saw. So she wasn't there, so you waited on the bridge. Hang on for this. But that's not true. Because, like, she was there on the bridge.
Objection!
So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So what, you waited on the bridge? You're sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. What are you talking about? I'm Suction Cup Man. Well, not anymore. I lost my suction cups when Dahlia died. You're sure, huh? Well, then I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Huh? What? Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Faye. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. Are you making a Suction Cup Man joke? Yeah, I'm doing Suction Cup Man. Oh no, is that now? I'm Phallic Man! That's how we're getting with it being censored. I'm Phallus, ma'am! I got there around 4 o'clock, it's true. I had somewhere to go, a special place. Oh, it's a place dear to my heart. It's my cabin where my pet pigeon is.
Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge?
Yeah, it's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. It's where I keep my secret stash of suction cups so I can climb again. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love. It was beautiful. It was a bouquet of suction cups.
A memento?
5 years ago, I hid it under the base of the tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. Oh, hey. It's the necklace that Phoenix ate.
This little bottle of a necklace is your memento. It's quite charming. But it looks empty.
Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. He's also beatboxing for some reason. Like, Terry Falls, please stop beatboxing in this courtroom. But he then left his car unattended and walked away. Wait, if that's what he ate, you're telling me it's a diamond that was filled with poison, that one case. Well, it wasn't diamond, it was glass, but yes, it was the glass bottle that Phoenix ate. Like, it's kind of funny. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. Ugh, I will always love this image of Edgeworth. Just him just keeled over, just like... It's so funny. Without much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car. No! My prosecution was flawless!
Indeed, there certainly was enough time for it. I still got a chance.
Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Oh. Mr. Falls? Sniper. No, I just shot him in the back with a paintball. He's just in pain, don't worry. It's like, he's not dying, he's just, he's just, injured. Like, not badly, because I can actually attest to that. I've been hit with the paintballs before, even in the back. Like, I was at a friend's birthday once, and we went to a paintball range. I got shot in the back so many times that there was just a glob of paint on my back. There was so much, you could have waxed a part of my back off. I didn't. I just showered it off, but I just had like this glob of paint just stuck to my back from all the times I was shot in the back. So, yeah, I can attest, like, getting hit with a paintball does not feel good. Oh no. Terry's dead. I think Terry's dying. That's enough. Please.
Witness.
I promised her 5 years ago, if it ever happens, that we can't trust each other anymore, then we're supposed to drink what's in the bottle. No, stop the trial! Your Honor, we need a recess. I need to call CDC. I need to call the CDC. I was stupid. I couldn't keep our promise. So I did it. I drank this. No, we're so close. Just a little more. I was going to prove your innocence. No, I don't want that. I don't trust myself anymore. Also, I'm a pedophile, so I kind of deserve this. Maybe I'll kill again. Maybe I'll kill my Dahlia again. Mr. Falls. Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. You dead? Mr. Falls! Snake! 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 And so my first trial ended, suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners. only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul, I thought it'd never heal again. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. But one person, the true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne, she left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable, that witch. Mr. Armando! We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kid. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're gonna make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Mia. Here's my smooth jazz to prove even further that I'm Gato. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. I'm sorry, this scene... The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Just... A man has killed himself. A man has killed himself. There's smooth jazz playing, and Armando is now bleeding from the hand badly. This is such a weird case. It's not a bad case, because I have heard a defense that Terry, yes, it is kind of weird with, Terry being 20 and her being 14, but it's he's mentally underdeveloped, so, it's just a special needs thing. I can see that, but at the same time, it's still kind of wrong. It's still really wrong. He was 20, she was 14, but still, this is such a weird moment. Mr. Armando, you're bleeding from the hand! No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time, and you file them away and eventually forget them. Back to Phoenix in the hospital. 1 year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. Right, with the poison cold medicine. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was... guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect, angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. Turnabout Beginnings, the end. A brand new episode has been added. The final episode of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. It is a crazy ending. It's such a sad end. But this is it. Not many trophies left. There's only about 4 left. So, just 4 trophies. 2 that are story-based, and 2 that I actually have to, focus on saying in specific moments. But, that is going to be it for today. The reason why I went over so much with this trial was because this Friday, so next stream day, is not going to be Ace Attorney. We've been putting it off for so long, and I just wanted to get back to it. So next stream will be the error will be the D&D campaign. So we will give you your next session. So until next time, I'll be ending today's stream right here. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed this kind of content, be sure to subscribe. Comment down below so it helps me connect with you guys. Like the videos for the more what you want to see. Share the videos so more people know Shane even exists. And don't forget to hit that bell so you know when I go live. And one more thing is we will only be having 3 people in the campaign right now. One of us dropped out, which is fine. You can do a campaign with just 3 people. So until next time, see ya guys.